Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Zeth and the favored Omnic facing off to see who takes the win. Omnic comes into this with a strong 28-17 record over the last day, which usually puts him in total control of these matches. But the head-to-head history is remarkably close despite the ratings gap. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can keep that pressure on. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he barely clings to the win. He's simply taken over the match, securing another fast win to keep that streak alive. He is just relentless right now, putting up a huge wall for Zeth to climb. His map history suggests a struggle here, but he's ignoring that. Just a lightning fast flick to move the score to 5-1. Just another addition to that head-to-head lead he's built over time. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing a 6th straight victory. A huge disparity in form today, and it's showing in the results. The onslaught just continues as he secures another rapid victory. An effortless snap for the leader, who just can't be stopped right now. Zeth finally answers back, ending that long run of losses. A solid showing from the rank 36 player right here. Zeth is showing a lot of resilience by putting together this run well. He already has a significant advantage on this map compared to the low numbers we've seen from Omnic. It's starting to look like he can genuinely push this into a close battle. Omnic holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. Well, we expected this to be a toss-up, but he is just completely outclassing Zeth right now. It's going to take a huge shift to close this gap. Omnic is practically cruising now with a 10-3 lead. He really looks comfortable with the target on his head. Omnic is just playing a different game right now, closing our rounds before Zeth can even react. Zeth is refusing to just let this one go without a fight. A high-stakes battle for those who've met over 50 times before. A fast response from the leader, and now he is just one round away from a sweep. He is playing precisely how you'd expect from a top 10 ranked star. Zeth secures the win from the Vine, preventing the immediate closure of the series. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door right there to secure a huge victory. He just completely dismantled those map statistics today, proving why he's sitting so much higher in the rankings. Welcome to the arena. We have a great matchup today as Zeph takes on the heavily favored Omnic. Zeph has a distinct map edge with a 44% win rate here. You know, that historical comfort might be exactly what he needs to overcome the head-to-head deficit he's faced against Omnic. Let's see if he can keep this pace. Omnic pulls ahead and now holds a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is really exerting his will early. Things are completely locked in right now. We've got a dead heat and it's anyone's game. A tough set of results to overcome given the history here. Zeth just clawed back into a 3-2 lead. He's definitely shaking off those losses from earlier in the day. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking over the server with another straight victory. The lower rated player is definitely playing without any pressure. Omnic answers back quickly, shutting down the momentum shift immediately. The lower ranked competitor is fighting a tough uphill battle here. Omnic is currently enjoying a very strong stretch of form, winning 70% of his last 10 matches. It's interesting to see Zeph pushing back so hard despite the ranking gap. He's really refusing to let his opponent run this one away. Zeth is firmly in control now, leading 6-4. He's showing a lot of resilience after those earlier losses today. It's become a complete toss-up now. We're seeing a really tight back and forth exchange as they head toward the half. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to keep this close. Despite being the underdog today, he's proving he can trade blows with Omnic. Let's see if Omnic can adjust. Zeth just barely edges him out at 7-6. Omnic certainly seems to be the more consistent player across the board. Omnic claws it back to a dead heat at 7-all. That's a tough spot for the number 36 ranked player. Zeth is really refusing to let the momentum slide back to Omnic right now. And we are back to a tie. 8 apiece. He has definitely been the more efficient player across their recent outings. Zeth pushes ahead again now, sitting at 9. Just a massive contrast to that 13-5 blowout he suffered earlier. Zeth is really putting the pressure on here, picking up a pair of fast rounds to widen the gap. That's a real flip from the 13-5 blow he took just a bit ago. Absolutely untouchable. That's another one in the bag for Zeth as he carries all the momentum. Omnic stands tall, showing real grit to secure this one and stay in the fight. The higher seeds are finally making their presence felt. Hard-fought exchange, but he manages to come out on top and now reaches match point. Huge say of defiance from Omnic to keep the dream alive. A real nail-biter of a duel to keep the pressure high. A pristine shot by Omnic, refusing to buckle under the weight of this situation. He's really starting to look like the favorite now. What a response. He manages to level the series and forces the game into overtime. Both players have an equal shot at taking the win here. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that fight, but he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. Talk about an absolute heartstopper from that final duel. A lightning fast exchange, and he secures the point to keep things locked at 13-13. Total deadlock for these two. Omnic takes full control from the boost, continuing this incredible charge to a 14-13 lead. What a chaotic scrap. Zeth barely survives that slugfest to even the score at 14. The momentum is swinging wildly away from his usual dominance. A fast reflex play puts the pressure back on, and Omnic is just a single point from closing this out. What a fight. Omnic barely survives the carnage to clinch the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to get this over the line. Zeth fought back incredibly well, but he just couldn't find that final closing shot. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top. Omnic had the read on him there, shutting Zeth down before he could even get off the ramp. He's showing exactly why he entered this as the clear favorite. Zeth is currently staring down a 23-33 head-to-head record against this opponent. It's a significant gap, but he's definitely playing with more confidence than he did in their previous matches today. He's proving that he can hold his own regardless of the history. Omnic is dominating here with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really looking like the more consistent player today. The gap is closing fast. We're looking at a dead heat now. Zeth is fighting through a tough day overall, but he's still in this. Omnic is pulling away now, leading by 2 rounds. It's a stark contrast to the 15-30 form we've seen from Zeth today. Omnic's just too quick on that ramp, effectively shutting down any attempt at a comeback right now. Omnic just claimed another win from that ramp, putting him in complete control. The gap in their individual rankings is starting to show. Zeth finally manages to secure a round for himself from the ramp. The lower seeded player is refusing to just fold here. He maintains his ground on the ramp to secure another one, chipping away at that deficit. The confidence is shifting completely in favor of the underdog. He's absolutely on fire right now, continuing the charge as we head toward the break. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Zeth is playing way above his usual level, considering his recent struggles. It's a toss-up right now, and both players have looked equally sharp. Time to reset and regroup. Omnic reacts quickly to catch Zeth on the ramp, reclaiming that slim lead. That's a lot of experience for the higher-seeded player to lean on. Zeth secures another from the ramp, and now the score is completely deadlocked at 7-7. This is a complete reset of the board. Omnic edges back ahead by 1 with a clean finish. Omnic has an impressive 30-15 record over the last day, and you can tell he's really capitalizing on that momentum. It's becoming a bit of a pattern for Zeth to slide at the wrong time. Absolutely effortless. He is just putting on a clinic right now with a 3rd straight round. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to let Omnic pull further ahead. The pressure is really mounting for the higher-seeded player. He's truly digging deep, clawing his way back into this game with another win. It's becoming a different story entirely than how this started. Unreal. He just wipes out Omnic from the ramp to tie this thing up. Zeth looks like a completely different player in this series. Omnic answers right back to regain his lead. This is proving much closer than their last few meetings suggests. Omnic shuts everything down with a rapid-fire burst, putting him on the verge of a victory. He's putting an end to the chaos for now. Zeth finds a way to stay alive in this game, keeping his hopes very much alive. That was a lightning-fast exchange to keep things tense. What a finish! Omnic secures the final blow from the ramp to seal the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find that final spark. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas for an exciting match between Zeph and the heavily favored Omnic. Zeph enters this match with a surprising 60% success rate on this particular map. It's a stark contrast to how he's usually fared against Omnic. Now it will be interesting to see if he can actually leverage that map advantage to secure a series win. He's simply on another level right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Omnic responds instantly, drawing first blood to get back into the game. A vital stop for the veteran who was expected to take this one. Zeph just couldn't let him hold that ramp, keeping the pressure firmly on his opponent. Unbelievable, Zeph manages to scramble through that chaotic exchange and barely scrapes away with his life. It's a complete reversal from their recent head-to-head clashes. Simply too fast. Zeph is taking complete control of the series. Unusual to see him shaking off such a strong recent form. Omnic makes a quick play here to keep his hopes alive. His 29 and 15 run today shows he's still in top form. Omnic is really leaning into his overall advantage, having won 34 head-to-head series against Zeph. We're seeing that confidence return now as he starts to claw back into this one. It'll be a fight to see if he can fully flip the momentum. Zed is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 8-3. He's clearly outperforming his placement on the ladder right now. Zeth goes into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a complete shock given that Omnic has won the vast majority of their previous matchups. Zeth is really proving that his map knowledge here is a huge asset. Time to see if Omnic resets. Zeth extends his lead to 9-4 with that clinical finish. He's keeping the pressure on despite the lower seeding. Zeth just cruising now with a 10-4 lead. Just a few rounds ago, it looked like the favorite was taking a walk. That was incredibly fast. Omnic is definitely not letting this one slip away easily. Omnic fights back, narrowing it down to 10-6. He's proving why he holds the higher rank on the ladder. Zeth needed to put a stop to that momentum swing right there. It's quite the change of pace from the results they saw earlier today. A quick reaction puts the pressure back on, leaving him just a single round away from victory. A complete nightmare scenario for the higher seed. What a way to close it out. He finishes the job with a flawless final kill to secure the win. A total statement from the underdog, proving that some players just have the magic touch on Mapas. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zef and Omnic are ready to face off on orange to see who comes out on top. Omnic has controlled the vast majority of their history with a 34-24 head-to-head lead. But Zef just took a commanding victory in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum carries over to this specific set of rounds. He walked it off with a hard-fought kill to open up a huge early gap. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he comes out on top to keep the streak alive. It's a total role reversal from the expected outcome. He's just completely owning this map, taking a 5th straight victory to push his lead to 5-0. Both players took damage, but Zed manages to secure another win to stay perfect. Goodness, what a fight. He just barely manages to scrap through that encounter for a flawless 7-0 start. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers today. Finally, a response from Omnic, who shuts that door closed with a clean shot. The higher rated side finally looks focused. Omnic has really been tearing through his matches today, putting up a 29-15 record in the last 24 hours. Well, it's a complete shift in momentum from those opening rounds. We have to see if he can use this surge to erase the gap entirely. That's another one. He's completely taken over the server as we head into the final round of the first half. Zeth holds a strong 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is definitely under pressure here. He almost completely collapsed after that opening 7-round stretch, and he needs a huge change in pace to recover. Fresh start for both now. Zeth is distancing himself even further at 9-4. The lower seeded player is putting on a clinic right now. Omnic answers back to keep it at 9-5. The higher ranked competitor is starting to push back. Zef is moving toward a double-digit lead, and the pressure is really starting to mount on Omnic now. Zef hits double digits, extending the gap to 10-6. The higher rank is finally started to show some consistency. Omnic gets back in the game now, trailing 10-7. He's clearly leaning into his overall experience in these matchups. He is on fire right now, taking 3 in a row to pull this game closer. A familiar pattern from their prior head-to-head matches. Zed shuts down that run and regains some breathing room. He's really defying the ratings with this performance. That was far too easy for Omnic, who looks determined to narrow this gap further. He's starting to play like the guy who entered as the heavy favorite. Wow, what a scramble. He just barely survived that exchange to move within one of the victory. That was a nail-biter of a finish. Absolutely incredible. Zeth closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to secure the series. He's just completely flipped the script on this rivalry and takes another huge win over the favorite. Hard-fought victory. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Zeph and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to reclaim control today. Zeph takes a fast first round using the height of that toolbox to get the early advantage. Zeph is looking sharp out of the gate, using that ramp to shut things down quickly. The underranked side is putting on a serious clinic. Omnic carries the head-to-head lead with 34 wins over Zeph. The experience is really showing here, despite the lower win rate on this specific map. He's definitely looking to prove that the historical advantage still holds weight today. Zeph is just relentless, commanding a huge 4-1 lead. A tough start for the higher rated player in this set. He's refusing to go away, putting up a fight to keep this match close. Expected some resistance from the higher ranked player eventually. Zev is just too quick for him, capitalizing on that ramp position to keep the pressure high. Zeph is just outplaying him right now, swiftly taking Omnic down from that wine box. Zeph looks for his third straight victory of the series. Omnic is currently riding a much stronger wave of form today with a 29-16 record in the last 24 hours. So yeah, that confidence is probably why he's fighting back despite his struggle on this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn this into a real comeback. Zeph just can't be shaken, utilizing that ramp height to stifle any attempt at a comeback. He's making his presence felt despite being the lower seed today. Zeph holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, he's completely flipped the script on the odds. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, totally ignoring the head-to-head deficit. Time for a quick reset. Zeph extends his lead to 8-5 with that play. Omnic needs to keep this energy going to close the gap. He just won't quit, putting up another huge round to trim that lead. The veteran status is starting to play a huge role here. Zeph is not letting the momentum slide, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to keep his lead intact. Zeph is just too quick catching Omnic right as he tried to hold that ramp position. Just a brutal stretch for the higher seeded player. Zeph is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Omnic is clearly trying to avenge those recent losses in the matchup. Zeph is just too snappy for him today, simply erasing Omnic from the toolbox. A total contrast to that close set on red line. Omnic is really stepping up the aggression now, cutting right through Zeph while he was positioned on the ramp. That was a total scrap, but Omnic manages to survive the exchange to keep his momentum going. He's just untouchable right now, easily picking Zed off the ramp for another round. Zed needs to dig deep to hold this slide. Unreal. We have a deadlock on the scoreboard and the momentum has completely shifted. Zeph has completely surrendered his lead to the favorite. What a response. He earns the right to walk away from this match with one more win. The pressure is mounting as soon as he steps back onto that ramp. Tyluzeth secures the final duel and takes the series. That fight back from the veteran almost paid off, but he just couldn't find that final gear when it mattered most. He really had to earn this one. What a fight. Welcome to the arena for a clash between Zeth and Omnic. The favorite faces a tough test today. Zeth is heading into this with a 3-match winning streak against his opponent. You know, it's a stark contrast to their historical history where Omnic has usually been the one on top. Let's see if Zeth can maintain that momentum today. Zeth just can't be stopped. Taking a commanding 3-round lead to open the map. A real struggle for the higher rated player early on. We're taking a quick time out here, but stay tuned as we'll be right back with more. And we are back in the action with Zeth leading 3-0 as we resume. Absolutely suffocating. He just isn't letting up a single inch today. Zeth is certainly making the most of this matchup. Omnic manages to bring the fight down and knock him off the boost. He's trying to lean on that historical lead in the head-to-head. Another clean look for Omnic, who refuses to fade away from this match. The favorite is finally starting to exert some control here. He's completely taking over now, securing another flawless round to keep this rally going. Zeth recovers quickly, snapping back into the lead. A completely clean shot there to keep the pressure on the leader. The higher ranked player is finally stabilizing his game. Omnic is showing incredible grit here, bringing things perfectly level at 5-all. He's simply not letting up, securing another win to take the lead before we head into the break. We head into the break tied up at 6-all. I mean, Omnic was expected to take control here, but Zeth is playing a very disciplined game. This is a toss-up moving forward. Fresh start from the other side. He's really showing some fight, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. A very efficient response to regain that edge. Deadlocked at 7 apiece, and we are back to square one. Neither one is giving an inch in this battle. He's showing some real tenacity, keeping the pressure high and continuing his push forward. What a scramble! Zeth barely survives that exchange to bring the score back to a dead heat. Talk about a razor-thin margin to pull that off. Zeth claims a slim lead, putting him up 9-8. He's on fire right now, putting together 3 straight rounds to widen the gap. Omnic answers back immediately, refusing to let Zeth coast toward the finish line. Still looks like the better man on paper. An effortless headshot brings everything back to a level score. The momentum has completely shifted in this clash. He's really tightening the noose now, refusing to let his opponent back into a rhythm. The lower ranked player is really holding his own today. Tough exchange for Omnic, but he couldn't close the gap as Zeth pushes right to the edge of victory. The favorite is clearly feeling the pressure now. What a finish! He fights through a brutal exchange to secure the match victory. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry, taking 4 straight on the map to seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. Zef and Omnic are ready to go, but the favorite Omnic has a lot to prove today. Omnic holds a strong head-to-head advantage with 34 map wins over Zef. It's interesting because that long-term lead is clashing with Zef's 3 straight victories in their most recent meetings. He's really trying to flip the script today. Zef cleans him right off the ramp to bring this almost completely level. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses from the earlier matches. Both of these guys were fighting for the same ground on the ramp, and Omnic just came out on top. He's really leaning into those better odds today. Omnic is just dominating this set, leading 4-1. He's definitely enjoying the better run of form today. Omnic manages to secure another win, picking his opponent right off the ramp. The rating difference is slight, but that edge is showing. He's completely taken over this set, moving his lead to 6-1. It's a tough stretch for him after a long day of matches. Just keeps firing, securing another victory from the ramp to extend the gap. Zef finally gets a hold of him to slow the momentum. He has to climb a steep mountain to get this one back. Zef has been fighting an uphill battle today with a 17-27 record in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's exhausted, but those back-to-back round wins show he's finally finding some stability. Now, the real question is if he can keep this surge going. Omnic wins the battle for the ramp, putting a huge dent in those hopes for a comeback. That's a tough way to snap the momentum. We head into the break with Omnic leading 8-4. I mean, the favorite is putting up exactly what we wanted to see. He looked completely in control during that 5-round run in the first half. Time for the switch. Omnic is just making life miserable for Zef right now, especially from that ramp position. Omnic's now sitting pretty with a commanding 9-5 cushion. It's a surprising look for the low-ranked player in this pair. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-5. Omnic is just too sharp right now, securing another quick victory from the ramp. It's just a brutal contrast to those previous matches where the underdog took over. Zef is fighting back with some quick reflexes, keeping this set closer than it looked a few rounds ago. Incredible, he survives by a thread after a desperate firefight on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That was a nail-biter, barely escaped with his life there. He's just on fire now, taking another effortless win to keep this streak alive. A real fight for ground now that the gaps are closing. Zef is absolutely steaming now, claiming his 4th straight round to put more pressure on the leader. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. Omnic shuts down that rally instantly to put himself one step away from victory. He's refusing to go quietly, securing a crisp victory to keep his hopes alive. Zef is starting to look like a real threat here. He just doesn't know when to quit, powering through another round to stay alive in this match. Everything is wide open now for the trailing player. What a finish. Omnic secures the final kill from the ramp to close it out. He really held his nerve there, showing just how tough it is to actually put him away. Zef pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on orange for this match between Zef and the heavy favorite, Omnic. Omnic clearly has the psychological edge here, leading the overall head-to-head 35-27. That confidence is likely carrying over after his victory in their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can flip the script today. Omnic's firmly in control now, leading by 1. He's really leaning into that high activity he's shown all day. Neither player is willing to give an inch, and we've got a real deadlock on our hands. Zef just clawed back to a 3-2 lead. Surprisingly, the lower rated player seems to have the upper hand currently. Absolute chaos as Omnic forces a 3-all tie. It's interesting to see him staying so active throughout the day. Omnic is starting to pick up some serious speed here, making it a really tough hill for Zef to climb. We've hit a dead heat with both sitting at 4. He's fighting hard to overcome that rating gap. Omnic recaptures the lead at 5-4. The lower ranked player is fighting a tough battle today. Omnic is having a fantastic day with a 27-17 record so far. He's clearly in a great spot mentally, and it's really showing in how he's handling Zeth. Well, it's a worrying trend for Zeth to keep falling behind despite his slight map advantage. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's doing exactly what you'd expect from the favorite here. He's just slightly more consistent in their direct matchups, and that's translating to the scoreboard. Time for a fresh start. Zeth is breathing down his neck at 6-7. He's certainly not letting the rank gap dictate this one. Zeth has leveled the playing field at 7-all. Surprisingly, Zeth has been quite competitive in their recent head-to-heads. Zeth keeps rolling with another effortless victory to take a 1-round lead. The momentum is swinging hard toward the rank 34 seed. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Zeth barely escapes with his life to keep this streak alive. Absolutely nails it with just a sliver of health left. Omnic put a stop to that run, keeping himself within striking distance. He's proving to be quite stubborn throughout these series matches. Back to a deadlock at 9 apiece. His experience shows, having played over 700 of these matches. Frantic exchange here, but the momentum shifts completely as he secures his 3rd straight win. He's certainly finding his form after that tough loss on Red One. Both players traded heavy damage in that fight, but he manages to outlast his opponent to make it 4 straight. That is 5 on the trot, and he's just a single round away from victory. A total reversal of fortune from the first half. Unreal. Omnic finishes him off with a perfect round to seal the series victory. He really closed the door on that one. Zeth pushed him to the limit, but it's just hard to stop that kind of momentum. Welcome everyone, we've got Zef and Omnic facing off on Mappas. Let's see if the favorite can keep the streak alive. Zef is actually the one who knows this map best with a 67% win rate. It's surprising to see that confidence not translate into the early rounds. He's going to need to rely on that historical comfort to shake off this slow start. Omnic is firmly in control with a 2-round lead. It's feeling a bit like those last 2 games today. They are trading blows every single round. It's almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand right now. This is the first time we've seen them this evenly matched tonight. Zeth trails by 1, but he's fighting back. Omnic's historical dominance in their head-to-head is showing here. Omnic is distancing himself, holding a 4-2 advantage. This is looking like their most recent encounter on Orange. We're gonna take a quick timeout, but stay tuned as Zef and Omnic return shortly. And we are back live on Mappas, where Omnic holds a 4-2 lead as we resume. A tough encounter for Zeth, but he couldn't find an opening against the mounting momentum. His recent match history shows why he entered this as the favorite. Unbelievable. Zeth claws his way back from a precarious spot to survive that absolute war. That's a massive confidence boost for him after this round. Omnic is currently on a strong pace with a 28-17 record over the last day. It's creating a real psychological wall for Zef to climb. Right now, this momentum seems to be giving him the edge in every interaction. A total shutdown of that engagement, showing some real grit to stay in this contest. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. The favorite is proving his class today. Zef has the better track record on this map, but he's still searching for a way to close the gap. Let's see who strikes first. He's refusing to let go, putting together another strong response to stay within striking distance. The higher ranked player is simply refusing to go away here. Omnic is pulling ahead, now commanding a 2-round cushion. He is putting on a clinic over these last few series. Omnic is really stretching that lead to 9-6. His overall historical edge in the head-to-head is really starting to weigh in. Zeth claims this one from the ramp, showing some real grit in his effort to close the gap. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight here. Omnic is keeping a steady hand with a 10-7 lead. He's really using that experience and high volume of games to his advantage. That was a lightning fast interaction, and Zeth continues to push back toward the lead. tempo is staying high, but Omnic's timing is just too sharp for Zef to keep up right now. A clean kill to shut down that run, and now Omnic is just one round away from victory. A complete reversal of momentum since that last interaction. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a hard-fought victory to secure the map. He just completely shuts down Zef's map advantage today. That's another one in the books for the higher seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zef and Omnic are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Zef enters this map with a very respectable 57% win rate. which provides a huge contrast to how he's fared against Omnic in their previous encounters today. It will be interesting to see if he can actually turn the tide after those 3 straight losses. Omnic just takes the lead, putting Zeth on the ropes. He definitely looked like the favorite going into this set. Zeth holds his own from the ramp, and now we are completely tied up here. A strong showing for the lower ranked player here. Omnic is currently sitting on a slim 1-round cushion. Omnic is pulling away now, leading by 2. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man tonight. Zeth manages to hold his ground from the ramp, and we are back to a dead heat. He is trying to climb back after those tough losses earlier. Omnic has looked incredibly sharp today, going 28-16 in his last few matches. And he successfully carried that momentum into this duel. It's really putting the pressure on Zeth to prove that his map advantage can actually translate into a win here. Omnic just clears him off the ramp to extend that lead to 7. The head-to-head history is definitely weighing in here. Omnic just shreds him off the ramp to keep this heavy momentum rolling. The gap in their ladder rankings is becoming very apparent. It's 8-4 in favor of Omnic heading into the break. You know, Zeth really needed that map advantage to kick in, but he's just not finding any answers for his opponent right now. Time for Zeth to find a spark. Omnic is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9 rounds. The head-to-head record is definitely starting to show through. Omnic is practically running away with a 10-round lead. A tough day at the office for the number 36 ranked player. Absolutely crushing. Omnic keeps the pressure high with another effortless victory. Zeth puts a quick stop to the onslaught by picking him off the ramp. A rare positive result for the lower rated player today. Zeth is starting to put together a real run here, securing another quick victory from the ramp. He's showing a bit more grit than those early sets today. He just needs a single round now to shut the door on this series. He's simply too consistent to be rattled by a couple of lost rounds. He refuses to go down easy, securing another victory from the ramp to keep himself in the game. And there it is, Omnic seals the series with a perfect final play. He's just on another level tonight, completely dismantling Zeth across every single map they've played today. Welcome to Italy. We've got Zef and Omnic stepping up for this match, with the favorite looking for another strong victory. Omnic enters this set holding a significant lead in their overall head-to-head rivalry. He's managed to take 3 consecutive maps against Zeth already today. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can maintain that momentum or if Zeth is finally finding an answer. Omnamnik is just one step closer to closing this out. His recent form has definitely been more consistent lately. He's simply too fast right now, taking complete control of this series. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now. He's just completely untouchable, piling on another huge win for his streak. Zeth finally finds an opening to snap that run and get back on the board. He is currently the higher rated player on the ladder. Omnic has been absolutely dominant today, putting up a 28-16 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, that level of confidence is exactly why he's managing to shut down any comeback attempt here. Omnic is firmly in control with a 7-3 lead. It's a rare sight given how the previous sets went. Zef is really fighting an uphill battle right now, struggling to string together any consecutive rounds. That higher seed is really asserting himself tonight. Omnic leads 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, it's a clear-cut start for the favorite despite Zeth having a better record on Italy. Omnic is just playing the better game right now. Zef needs a spark here. Omnic keeps the pressure high with an 8-5 cushion. It is surprising to see Zeth getting the upper hand given the recent results. He's putting up a real fight, securing another fast win to stay in this. Zef is suddenly looking way more comfortable in these exchanges. He is on fire now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to bridge the gap. Total reversal of fortune from how this whole thing started. Omnic claws back around after that tough stretch, extending his lead to 9-7. Omnic continues to hold the edge throughout this entire series. Omnic extends the distance to a 3-round lead. He's really showing why he's the higher rated man on the ladder. What a shutdown. He takes full control of the map to secure a 3-round burst. A tough run of things for the 36th ranked man today. Zeth reacts quickly to secure another point and keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly sharp peek to get the point. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself just a single point away from victory. That was a clean exchange to put the pressure back on Zeth. Huge reflex play by Zeth to keep this dream alive. There was a staggeringly fast exchange to stop the bleeding. Zeth is just refusing to go away, securing another win to keep this fight going. A surprising amount of resilience from him in this closing stretch. What an incredible run. He's completely seized the momentum to bring this game within reach. Pure adrenaline in this closing stretch. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to force this into an absolute deadlock. Absolutely wild swing in momentum to push this to the limit. Death is completely taking over this overtime, raining fire down from the wine for another win. The composure he's showing right now is just incredible. He's just completely taking over the server now, taking a huge 6th straight round to push his lead further. Omnic answers back immediately with a lightning fast reaction to hold that momentum. A quick response to keep things tense. What a turnaround. He just keeps pushing his advantage and is now a single win away from the victory. The raw reaction speed on that particular engage was staggering. Unbelievable. Zeth closes out the series with a massive display of grit to secure the win. He finally broke through that wall to get his first map of the day. I can't believe he actually pulled this off. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off today to see who comes out on top. Omnic holds a clear lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 58% of their previous bouts. But Zeth actually took the victory in their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum carries over today. Unbelievable! He clings on with nearly nothing left and seals the deal from the ramp to level the score. He's clearly feeling the pressure of those recent losses. Zeth holds a narrow edge as we head back. Zeth is really fighting the uphill battle against the higher rated player today. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. What a fight. Omnic barely survives that one, dragging himself across the finish line with a tiny sliver of health. He's really putting that ranking advantage to use. Omnic takes full control of the ramp and keeps the streak rolling. He's really finding his form after a tough morning. Zeth barely maintains his lead at 4-3. It is a tight set of games given the rating gap between them. Omnic just shuts that down, instantly cleaning Zeth right off the ramp to tie things up again. Absolute chaos in this trade, but Omnic barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. That's some incredible composure to pull that off. We are completely deadlocked at 5 apiece now. A tough run of results today for the lower ranked player. Incredible fight. Omnic barely survives a brutal exchange to shake him off the ramp. The nerve of steel on display from him lately is just absurd. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, Zeth is proving he can hold his own despite the rating difference. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on for this second half. Fresh start for both guys now. Omnic is quick on the trigger, catching Zeth right as he stepped up onto the ramp. He is certainly making the most of his 28-17 run today. Omnic has clearly found his stride with a 28-17 record today, and he's leveraging that confidence to pull away from the set. Zeth is now staring down a steep climb to get this back to even. What a scramble. Omnic manages to drag himself across the finish line after a brutal exchange to secure a 4th straight. Zeth puts an end to that slide with a very clean finish. The underdog is definitely refusing to go away quietly. He's just not letting up, picking the other player right off the ramp to keep this rally going. Omnic just put a quick stop to that little surge Zeth had going. He's really extending his lead. Lightning fast response here, and now Omnic just needs one more to seal the deal. The higher seed is definitely asserting his dominance now. Boom! He finishes the series in style with an effortless snap to close the deal. He really knew how to play the long game, especially with those clutch survivals throughout the map. Omnic's just 2 steps. Welcome everyone, we have Zef and Omnic facing off on Mapas. Let's see if the underdog can pull off a surprise. Zef carries a strong 57% map win rate here, which provides a massive contrast to Omnic's struggles on this specific territory. It's interesting to see that advantage pay off early, especially since Omnic has typically had the upper hand in their head-to-head matches. He's absolutely tearing through this opening, taking a huge 3-round lead. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much right out of the gate. A swift response from Omnic, who stays perfectly healthy to get back into the fight. The top-tier talent on the ladder finally shows up. Zeth is dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. He really looks shaken after a busy day of matches. Zeth is just relentlessly punishing Omnic right now, 5-1. The higher rated player is having a rough time tonight. Omnic has dominated this pairing lately, winning 58% of their historic encounters. You can see that confidence coming through now that he's finally halted Seth's momentum. He definitely knows how to close out this series against his opponent. Zeth extends his lead to 6-3 with that play. The higher ranked player is finally stepping up. Pace is just blistering right now. These two are trading shots and finishing things off in barely a second. Zeth stays in the driver's seat at 7-4. The higher rated side is starting to find their footing here. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, he's playing exactly to his map advantage here. Omnic is fighting back, but he's still trying to erase that early deficit before the side switch. Fresh start for both sides now. That was instant. Omnic is showing real grit as he keeps chipping away at that deficit. Just a split second of a reaction and it was over. Zeth keeps the pressure on with an 8-6 lead. The underranked player is really making a case for himself here. A perfect trade for the challenger, and he is starting to close the gap. A much needed response from the man who entered this match as the favorite. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit and brings us level at 8-8. The tension is peaking as this series completely resets. Absolute perfection from Omnic, taking a lead in the series with his 3rd straight victory. Zeth looks completely rattled right now. He's simply untouchable right now, moving into the double digits with a 4th straight victory. He is simply on fire right now, extending that run to 5 straight. The momentum has completely shifted toward the higher rated side. He finally answers back, showing some real fight to keep this series alive. Tight exchange, they finally swung in his favor. A gritty exchange here, and Omnic manages to secure the edge to hit match point. He's just one clean shot away from sealing the deal. Unbelievable. Omnic digs deep to close out this series and completes an incredible climb back to victory. That was an absolute roller coaster, but the veteran experience really won out in the end. Zeth put up a huge fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on orange for a match between Zef and the favorite Omnic. Let's see who wins. Omnic, Nook holds up. No, man. Both players were trading heavy damage here, but the favorite manages to shut the door. Zeth is really feeling the weight of his current 1628 daily run. Zef answers back with a sharp response, showing he can keep pace here. He's definitely showing he can hang with the favorite. A chaotic scramble that ends in his favor, continuing a strong push to close the gap. He's completely flipped the script, leveling the score with a huge third straight round. Omnic is looking completely rattled by this sudden turn of events. What a scrap. He barely manages to walk away from that brawl with his life. Zeth has a 30% win rate on this specific map, while that puts him right in line with his opponent's historical performance. He's failing to convert those odds into a lead right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can find a way to break this losing streak. Incredible, he manages to hold on by a thread and keeps the streak rolling. He's higher standing on the ladder, he's starting to show. He picks up another one, keeping the pressure on as we approach the break. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, everything is playing out exactly as the odds suggested. He's really leaning on that high recent win rate to keep Zef at arm's length. Time for Zef to mount a comeback. Zeth grabs a point, but Omnic still leads 8-5. Coming off a string of tough losses against the favorite today. Tough exchange of fire there, but he outlasts his opponent to secure another win. Zeth is playing like a man who doesn't care about the odds. Omnic is pulling ahead now, leading 9-6. The higher rated side is simply too consistent right now. Omnic is just dominating, now sitting comfortably at 10-6. He's really making his presence felt as the higher rated competitor here. Zef is refusing to go away quietly. He's keeping this series within a reasonable distance. He's not letting up, putting together another strong sequence to narrow this gap. Zef is completely stealing the momentum back from the favorite. Absolute guts from Zef to recover and force his way back into this game. He's really shaking off the losses from earlier in the day. Absolute perfection. Zeth erases the lead and brings us back to a deadlock. He is absolutely on fire, taking full control of the game with a 5th straight victory. A total shutout as he reaches match point. Now just one round away from the finish. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a lightning fast flick to complete an incredible turnaround victory. He really played the spoiler here and fought back through those 2 close calls to put a dent in that head-to-head record. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zef and Omnic are facing off on fast lane to see who comes out on top. Omnic has dominated this rivalry historically with 40 wins over Zef, but the tide seems to be turning in their recent matchups. I wonder if the momentum from Zef's last victory is enough to carry him through this one. Omnic just cleared him right off that ramp to even things up. The higher rated player is starting to exert some control. Zef is really putting on a show today, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than usual. Zef is simply outclassing Omnic with a massive 4-1 lead. Incredible, he barely scrapes through that chaos, clawing back another round to keep this series alive. He's showing a lot of grit to survive those narrow exchanges. Omnic is coming in with a much stronger 28-16 record over the last day. It's surprising to see him struggle so much against a player who's typically been far less consistent recently. Now we just have to see if he can flip the script and stop the slide. Zeth holds a commanding 3-round cushion now. It's a tough climb for him given the historic disadvantage on this map. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, turning this into a one-sided affair. Zeth is just relentless, sitting comfortably at 7 rounds. He's really fighting for a foothold here. Zef leads it 7-5 heading into the switch. Well, we expected a toss-up, but Zef is leaning into his superior map history to keep Omnic on the ropes. He just needs to maintain this focus for the second half. Let's see who settles in first. Zef really has Omnic chasing shadows at 8-5. The odds were heavily skewed, but that's not showing here. Zeth is just cruising now with a 9-5 lead. The speed on that last exchange was just frightening. He secures another point from the ramp, keeping that momentum rolling. The higher seeded player is really struggling to find an answer. A cautious encounter, but the result remains the same as Zeth stays on top. It's a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. Omnic finally secures a point to stop the onslaught. He's really trying to fight back into his usual role here. Zef is just one step away from victory after that sharp exchange from the ramp. That's a massive shift compared to their usual meetings. What a finish. Zeth closes it out right here to claim a decisive victory. He completely shut the door on the favorite in a total rout, absolute dominance from start to finish. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zed facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Omnic holds a lifelong edge in their head-to-head record with 40 total wins. But the momentum has shifted completely after those recent matchups they just played. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script here. Zed is looking strong, leading the series 2-1. He's really looking to bounce back after those losses on the other maps. That was practically instant. Zed is moving through these rounds way too quickly for Omnic to keep up. Zed's on a roll, pushing the lead to 3-2. Zed is just dominating, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. We are seeing a real back and forth struggle here. Neither player can maintain an advantage for more than one round. Omnic has clawed back to tie it at 4-all. He's really fighting the odds on a map where he historically struggles. Zed regains the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. Zed really seems to have the advantage here with a win rate of 44% on this map. He's clearly capitalizing on a surface where Omnic has historically been much less effective. It'll be tough for Omnic to close this gap now. Zed holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's definitely grabbing the momentum here. That 4-round streak put him in total control and leaves Omnic with a lot of ground to make up. Time for a fresh start. Omnic finds one, narrowing the gap to 5-8. That second half is proving to be a much tighter battle. Zed keeps pulling away, now sitting at 9-5. The favor is really having a hard time shaking this one off. Zed is just untouchable right now, moving through the map with zero hesitation. Zed is just running away with it at 10-6. What a scramble! He barely clings to life after that exchange on the wine. His recent head-to-head success has usually given him the upper hand. Zed is just putting the pressure on, refusing to let Omnic string together any kind of momentum. The higher-ranked player just can't find an answer here. Another effortless shot from Zed, putting him just one round away from victory. His current form is just outclassing the pre-match expectations. Pure speed from Zed to close this out and secure the victory. Omnic just can't seem to find any answers for him today. Zed's completely owning this series right now. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic taking on Zeph today on Dunes. Let's see if the favorite can bounce back. What a scramble. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. Omnic holds a strong historical edge in their overall head-to-head rivalry. But he's currently fighting to prove himself after dropping 3 straight matches to Zeph just earlier today. It will be interesting to see if the early lead translates into a real shift in momentum. Unreal. He just completely shut the door on Zeth with that lightning fast reaction. Zeth answers back with a frantic exchange to get on the board. He needs a few more frames like that to keep pace. Zeth is showing real grit, stacking a second straight win to put some pressure on the leader. Omnic still commands a comfortable 3-round cushion here. He's really fighting to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. The 26-18 record for Omnic today shows he's comfortably in the positive. It means he's not letting the early pressure from those recent losses get in his head. It looks like he's finally turning the tide in this pair of maps. Omnic is just dominating right now, leading 7-3. Zeph is really struggling to find any answers here, as Omnic just keeps putting up these quick wins. Omnic goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. You know, he's absolutely carving through Zeth right now after those recent struggles. It seems he's finally regained his confidence. Time for Zeth to dig in. Zeth manages one more, but Omnic keeps a 5-point gap. The lower ranked side is definitely refusing to go quietly. Omnic is nearly untouchable now, pushing it to 10-4. It's a completely different story than those maps from earlier today. Omnic is just blinking and taking these rounds. Zeph hasn't even had a chance to react. He's finally getting his revenge for those previous map losses. Absolute precision. He walks away completely unscathed and just needs one more round to secure the win. What a statement! He closes it out with a lightning strike to take this. He really just reclaimed his throne in this rivalry. That was a complete blowout to end the set. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Zeph are facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Omnic holds a significant advantage in their overall head-to-head record with 41 wins over Zeph. I mean, it's a heavy weight to carry into a match, but Zeph has historically had much better luck on this specific map. It'll be interesting to see if that home turf familiarity helps him close the gap. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange. Zeth is clearly feeling the pressure early as he's just unable to find a way to slow Omnic down right now. The favorite is definitely putting on a show here. Omnic is just cruising with a dominant 4-1 lead. He's showing the strength of that 26-18 run from today. He's just completely took over this match, extending the streak to 3. He's really making the most of his ladder advantage today. Absolutely impressive. He's just completely shut down the opposition now. He's really commanding the pace right now. What a fight. He barely escapes that chaos with a sliver of health left. A huge momentum swing as he manages to claw one back. Zeph is showing a lot of resolve after his 40% win rate lately. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor as he pushes back against the heavy favorite. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this run. Omnic is just run away with this, sitting at 7-3. The rankings are tight, but he's proving to be the better man today. Zeth grabs another, narrowing it down to 7-4. That was an incredibly clean finish to keep the pressure up. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, it's a clean result based on how strong he's looked today. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle now, despite having the better map win rate going into this. Fresh start for the second half. Zeth fights back, bringing the gap to 8-5. Zeth is managing to trade blows with him despite the lower rating. Omnic is far too precise right now, simply picking Zeth off the ramp before he could even react. Omnic is practically untouchable now, pulling away to 10-5. He's just not letting the other guy get any momentum. Zeth claws back another to make it 10-6. It's an interesting clash between the two bottom tier contenders on the ladder. He barely survives that absolute chaos, managing to edge out the win by the thinnest of margins. Unbelievable. He manages to clear out the ramp and keep his run alive with a mere handful of health left. The pressure is really mounting now for the favorite. A rapid reaction there to put him back in the driver's seat. A very familiar result given their history together. A total shutdown there as Zeph continues to refuse to go away. A much needed spark for the underdog to stay in the fight. That was a total shutout, leaving him just one round short of the victory. He closes it out with an unbelievable snapshot, sealing the series right. Zeph played his heart out, but he just couldn't stop that momentum once it shifted. This one was purely an Omnic clinic. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on orange. Let's see if the favorite can maintain his momentum today. Omnic leads the head-to-head history quite comfortably with 42 wins over Zeth, but it's really interesting to see how he struggled specifically on this map compared to his usual performance. It will be a battle to see if he can find some footing here. Omnic is just starting to pull away here. He's looking confident after those two big wins earlier today. Absolutely effortless. He's simply outclassing the competition right now. Zeth answers right back and narrows the gap to 1. The underdog is starting to push back after those earlier defeats. And just like that, Zeth brings us back to a dead heat. Omnic barely clings to a 1-round lead. The higher seeded player is starting to exert his will. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Zeth is just as fast as his opponent right now. Both players are showing plenty of resilience in this set. Zeth takes the lead, holding a slim 5-4 edge. The ranking doesn't seem to matter much in this specific clash. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep his current run alive. The lower rated player is completely in control right now. Omnic cleans up this exchange as we head toward the break. A much needed clean slate for him going into the break. We go into the break with Zeth leading 7-5. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Both players traded heavy momentum, but Zeth is currently making the most of his map advantage. Let's see how the switch treats them. Zeth manages to hold his ground at 7-6. He's been an absolute powerhouse throughout today's matches. Zeth has put in a lot of work today, putting up 18 wins across his recent sets, and that consistency is starting to pay dividends as he keeps his lead. He's really taking advantage of the momentum here. The onslaught continues. He's really starting to pull away now. He's just untouchable right now, securing another rapid victory to stay in total command. Omnic, neck. Hard to forget the dominant 13-4 run we saw on Dunes earlier. What an absolute slugfest! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. He's really refusing to go down without a fight. A total shutdown from Zeth, moving him to the edge of victory. Omnic forces another mistake to keep his hopes alive. He needs a big push to overcome that early deficit. He's putting up a real fight now, walking away from that duel completely unscathed. Everything about this series is defying the initial expectations. He is on fire right now, taking total control of the map to narrow this gap. Game over. Zeth closes it out with a clean finish to take the victory. That was just an incredible show of poise to overcome that historical deficit. He truly fought through the noise to secure this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Zeph facing off today in the arena for this exciting match. Omnic has a clear historical advantage with a 57% win rate against his opponent. Well, it looks like those head-to-head numbers might be outdated considering Zeph has won their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if this momentum carries forward. Zeth is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Omnic has been the more consistent one lately in these head-to-head bouts. Zeph is putting a lot of pressure on the start of this game, taking a commanding lead early. The underranked man is certainly making his presence felt today. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a 4-1 lead. The lower rated man is making a statement here. What a response! Omnic refuses to back down, taking this one completely unscathed. That was a lightning fast exchange to get the momentum back. He's putting on a clinic right now, cutting the lead down to just 1. The higher seed is finally asserting some control here. Zeth has a 44% win rate on the arena, so he's actually more comfortable in this specific environment than his opponent. It's a nice contrast to their overall head-to-head numbers. I wonder if that map familiarity is what's keeping him in control right now. Zeth still holds a 2-round edge over Omnic. Zeth is putting up a really strong fight today. A completely effortless sequence from the favorite, keeping the pressure up as we head into the final frame of the half. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock, and honestly this reflects the nail-biting start we expected from two players this closely matched. It'll be all about who can hold their nerve in the second half. Fresh start for both guys. Zeth holds a slim 1-round advantage for now. A very disciplined showing from the rank 34 player. The comeback is fully on now as he levels the score at 7-all. Neither man has found an answer for the other today. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after a chaotic slugfest to take the lead. He is showing some serious grit in these close exchanges. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding 2-round lead. He is really starting to play like the higher ranked seed. A swift reaction there from Zeth to halt the momentum. Zeth is definitely showing his consistency across the board today. He is digging deep today, and that last exchange was just too sharp for his opponent. That was an incredibly crisp reaction to reclaim a 2-round lead. He's just on a tear right now, continuing this surge to open up a 3-round advantage. Exactly what we expected from the higher seeded player. Another rapid victory, and now he's just one step away from finishing this. Pure speed coming from the leader in these exchanges. Zeth manages to claw one back, delaying the inevitable for just a moment longer. Zeth is fighting for every single point now. Another fast win for Zeth, refusing to let the match slip away. He is really hammering home his point right now. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Omnic digs deep to seal the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't close out those final few points. He's really going to feel that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Omnic and Zef facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic has dominated this specific rivalry, holding a significant lead over Zef across 75 matches. It's a psychological advantage that clearly carries over into their current form. Today, I wonder if Zef can find a way to flip the script. Zeth is heating up, leading by a single round. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We've got a dead heat now. Both players are trading blows and neither one is giving an inch. Zeth holds a slim 3-2 edge as we reset. Coming off a strong 25-19 performance in the league today. Zeth is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. That was incredibly quick to put away. A quick response from Omnic there to keep things tight. He's not letting Zeth build any real momentum. Zeth is sitting on a 40% all-time win rate. It's interesting because those numbers put him in a better historical position than Omnic, yet he's usually the one struggling in this head-to-head. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Just total control now. He's completely shut down any hopes of a comeback from Omnic. He's completely took over, putting up a 4-round run heading into the break. Things are looking grim for the favorite right now. Zef takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He's completely ignoring the head-to-head history here. Omnic looked lost for most of the half, and it'll take something special to erase this gap. Time for Omnic to dig in. Omnic finally claws back one to bring it to 9-4. That was a lightning fast exchange. Zeth's recent struggle against this opponent is clearly weighing on him. Unbelievable, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health after that brutal exchange. Just a tiny bit of health left to keep this comeback moving. Another perfectly timed shot puts him in total command of this series of rounds. Zeth survives a chaotic firefight to put his lead back up to 4. Zef is making a strong statement today. Zeth is just putting on a clinic right now, completely shutting down any hope of a rally. Zeth is showing a whole new level of poise today. Zef is practically untouchable right now, moving a single step away from victory. He manages to hold the line right when it mattered most, forcing the tension to a breaking point. A frantic scramble that ends with Omnic securing another round for himself. The gap is finally starting to narrow. And that's it. Zef closes it out with a quick burst to finish the set. He really just flipped the script on a rival who usually has his number. A huge result here for the underdog. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic taking on Zef today on Italy to see who can claim the win. Omnic leads the head-to-head with a comfortable 43-3 advantage overall, and honestly that mental edge is proving key right now. He's historically managed to outplay Zef in these longer series. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that trend going today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to pull through with a tiny shred of... Omnic just puts an end to that high ground attempt, keeping the score tied. Zed's been extremely busy today with over 20 games already. Omnic is really starting to build some steam here, securing another quick win from the wine crates. We're completely deadlocked now with Zed evening things up. Zed holds a slim lead now, moving to 4-3. That's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. The momentum has completely shifted as Zed secures his third straight victory. He's completely taken over the map now, cruising to another effortless victory. Omnic proves he isn't folding, shutting the door on Zef's run with a crisp shot. He's finally finding a way to claw back into this. Goodness, what a scrap. Zef barely survives that brawl to take the round. It's proving a difficult day for the favorite to get his win. Zef holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's definitely making the most of his superior map history here. He's playing with a lot of confidence and looks poised to protect this gap. Time to see if the tide turns. He's showing real grit now, digging deep to pull the gap back to a single round. Zed's been grinding through so many games since this morning. A patient battle of nerves, but the favorite comes out on top to level the map. Everything is back to square one for both of them. We'll be right back with the action on Italy as Omnic and Zef take a brief pause. And we are back in the action on Italy with things completely deadlocked at 7-all. Omnic is simply outclassing him right now, moving ahead with a total shutdown of the round. The higher ranked player is finally asserting his control. The momentum is fully on his side now as he closes in on a double-digit lead. He's simply not missing a beat, putting 5 straight behind him to tighten the grip on this game. He just won't go away, putting an end to that runaway train with a perfect shot. Still feels like he's fighting uphill in this set. Another clean exchange for the leader, who's showing a lot of strength as the match nears its end. The higher seed is really starting to impose his will. Zef refuses to let this game slide, shutting down that momentum with a flawless response. Unbelievable. Zef scrapes through a brutal exchange from the wine crates, barely clinging to life. He's really fighting for every single point of health right now. Zef is on fire, strolling to another win to keep the pressure high. What a turnaround. He's now just a single round away from victory. His high seed status is finally translating into results. What a result! Omnic storms back from the deficit to close it out and take the victory. Jeth was just a couple of shots away from a massive upset here. He fought so hard for every round. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zef facing off today on the orange map. Omnic holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history with a 57% win rate. That long-term dominance usually translates into a psychological edge for him. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can shake that off quickly. Omnic is really starting to pull away here. Zeth's higher historical percentage on this particular layout isn't showing up yet. These exchanges are happening so fast. Zef is barely getting a chance to breathe out there. He's keeping that winning momentum from their last meeting on Italy P. Omnic is cruising with a tight 3-2 lead now. That was an incredibly clean takedown. Zeth claws back, bringing us level at 3 apiece. Absolutely zero room for error right now. He is simply outplaying everyone right now, securing his 3rd straight round without taking a single point of damage. Both players traded heavy hits, but Omnic managed to come out on top to keep things deadlocked. This matchup is proving to be a real toss-up. Omnic barely edges ahead with a 5-4 lead. The favorite is certainly starting to dictate the pace. He's just too fast right now. Putting together another victory to stay firmly in control. He's simply on fire right now, picking up another round to keep the pressure high. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's fighting uphill against the layout Zef usually handles better, but his aim has been too sharp to ignore. Let's see if Zef can flip the script on the other side. Time for a fresh start. Zeth is showing some real grit here, shutting him down completely to stay within striking distance. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt now. Another effortless exchange, and he manages to bring us completely level. Total reset, we're back to a dead heat. He's completely seized control of this set, putting himself right back in the driver's seat. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, putting 4 more on the board to take a commanding lead. A messy exchange here, but he manages to close it out. He had to dig deep to get that one back. Pure chaos now as Zeth forces a 9-9 deadlock. That's a stunning turnaround as Omnic completely hijacks the flow of this game. He's clearly playing his best stuff of the... He is just completely taking over the server, putting together a powerful run of 4 straight wins. He's really making a case for his favorite status today. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting himself 1 step away from the victory. Absolutely shredding through these engagements right now. Game over. He manages to survive that chaotic firefight and secures the match. He really managed to shut the door on that one, proving that his overall head-to-head lead is no fluke. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Zeph facing off in the arena for this match. Let's see who takes the win. Omnic holds a significant overall advantage in their head-to-head history, winning about 58% of their previous meetings. It's an impressive lead, and honestly, he seems to be carrying that confidence into today's series. We'll see if Zeph can fight back. Frantic back and forth exchange, but he manages to outlast Zeth to keep the streak alive. Sharp response here as Zeph puts up a fight to keep things interesting. He needed to step up if he wanted any chance today. He is refusing to go away, securing another round to bring the score to 3-2. The odds favor the other guy, but Zeph is fighting back. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit to bring everything level. Death is on fire right now, taking the lead and claiming his 4th straight round. Everything is shifting for the presumed favorite right now. Omnic answers back with a clean strike, bringing the series back to a dead heat. What a brawl. Zeth manages to survive that chaotic scrap to climb back into the lead. There was an incredibly close call by the skin of his teeth. Absolute chaos as Omnic forces a 5-all tie. He's really putting that recent 25-19 daily run to good use. Zeth is really digging in deep to stay on top as we head toward the mid-game break. Zeth holds a narrow 7-5 lead. I mean, he is really capitalizing on his map experience here. It's a very balanced start and both players have traded strong momentum shifts throughout the first half. Time to see who blinks first. Simply too steady right now, extending that gap to a 3-round cushion. He's definitely showing why he's rated high on the ladder right now. What a scrap. He manages to claw his way back into the server, narrowing the gap to 2. He is definitely fighting to prove those pre-match odds right. He's truly showing some grit here, putting together another win to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really mounting for the lead now. Absolute dominance from the challenger, completely erasing the lead to even things up. A perfect reset to put us right back at square one. He barely walks away from that one. A brutal exchange that ends with him clinging to just 9 health. Zeph just refused to go down in that fight. A high precision finish to bring the series right back to a deadlock. A clean exchange to keep the pressure high. The comeback keeps rolling for Omnic, who has now claimed the narrow lead. The momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed. Zeth answers immediately, securing his first win in a while to tie this series up. Omnic is showing incredible resolve, regaining the advantage in a tight exchange to lead 11-10. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel real now. Zeph is simply refusing to crack, putting everything back on the line with a flawless finish. Pure chaos as the server is completely reset. Zeth is putting on a clinic now. Just one more round to seal the deal. He's completely shaken the confidence of the higher rated player. He closes it out. An incredible run of form to secure the map victory. He really fought through the noise to get this one over the line. A total grind to the very end. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Omnic and Zed facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic holds a significant lead with 45 total wins in their history against Zeth. It's a strong historical advantage that usually gives him the mental edge. We'll see if that translates to a dominant start today. Omnic's looking sharp, clutching a tight 2-1 lead. Zeth is fighting to keep his head high after that rough start today. The pace is just wild. These rounds are flying by in a blur. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Omnic is just barely staying ahead by a single round. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic's pulling away now with a 2-round lead. It's worth noting Zed actually holds a slight advantage on this specific map. Omnic has played an incredibly busy schedule today, coming in with 25 wins already. Well, that constant activity seems to be paying off as he manages to dictate the tempo in these early rounds. He's certainly feeling comfortable in this spot. Zeth manages to secure this one, cutting into the lead. Both players are locked in a tight struggle for control here. Unreal. He barely walks away from that one, surviving on a sliver of health to keep this rally going. He suddenly looks like he's in full control of this map. Omnic is really asserting dominance, sitting comfortably at 7-4. We go into the break with Omnic leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as expected. It's a toss-up though. Zeth can definitely close this gap given how close those exchanges were. Time to shake things up. A crisp execution by Zeth, showing great grit to keep the pressure on. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Absolute poise from Zeth to tie this series up at 7-7. The underdog is putting up a serious fight today. Simply untouchable. He's now taking total control of the map with a 3-round surge. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over this match with 4 straight winners. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now pushing this streak to 5 straight. The gap between these two is practically non-existent right now. Omnic shows some real heart here, shutting Zeth down instantly to close that gap. Zeth is refusing to buckle, finding another clean victory to keep the pressure high. A swift reaction from Omnic, showing a lot of grit to narrow this gap further. He's proving far too stubborn to go down, continuing this climb back into the match. The momentum is swinging back and forth in a huge way. He's completely rewritten the script, tying things up with another rapid-fire kill. Another lightning fast reflex shot puts the pressure squarely back on Zeth. Absolutely wild. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to force this all the way into over. What a scramble! He manages to survive a brutal trade by the thinnest of margins. Unbelievable. He's just walking on a razor's edge today. He's refusing to let this slip, clawing his way back to a dead heat in overtime. The surge continues as Omnic secures another commanding victory in this critical overtime stretch. That's a huge mental shift in favor of the leader. He's simply on another level right now, securing the third straight to put himself on the verge of victory. Exactly the kind of result we expected from the higher seed. What a clutch stop by Zeth to hold the slide and keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious resilience to keep this contest going. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with an incredible display of poise to take the win. Zeth nearly played the perfect game here, and those few times he barely survived really kept his hopes alive until the end. He fought for every single inch in that overtime. A stretch. What a fight. Welcome to the show. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Omnic makes a quick read on that opening round, picking Zeth right off the window. He's really holding the upper hand in their head-to-head history. Omnic is just too fast right now, using that ramp positioning to shut Zeth down again. A complete reversal of the typical map advantage we'd expect here. Another clean pick, this time dropping Zeth right off the ramp to extend the lead. Zeth looks a bit rattled after that 18-26 day. Finally a response from Zeth, who just walked away from that fight without losing a single point of health. He's putting the pressure back on the favor. Omnic currently holds a commanding 46-34 head-to-head lead over Zeth. It's an interesting contrast, since Zeth usually handles this specific map layout much better. He'll need to find a way to flip the script here if he wants to stay in the game. Zeth secures the kill from the toolbox, refusing to let the lead slide further. The momentum has completely shifted with this couple of quick ones. He has clawed his way back to a dead heat, keeping that heat up for 3 straight frames. He's completely erased that early deficit in record time. Unbelievable. Omnic survives by a hair, managing to secure the kill while clinging to a tiny sliver of health. Just enough left in the tank to keep the lead. Omnic edges ahead and takes a 6-4 lead. He's looking for more consistency after that 60% run in his last 10. He simply refuses to yield, securing a tight grip on the match from the ramp. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Well, he is completely ignoring the map statistics here. Zeph has the clear edge on fast aim, but he's struggling to find any answers for the leader. Zeph needs a total reset here. What a scramble. Zeph barely claws out a victory from the ramp, surviving with a mere 12. That was an absolute nail-biter of a sequence. Omnic is clearly in a strong position with a 26-18 record over the last day. It shows he is really playing at a high level across all his maps right now. Zeph has to find a way to break that momentum if he wants to keep his hopes alive. Omnic shuts him down immediately and catches him right as he's stepping off the ramp. The difference in their rankings is starting to show. Zeth puts a stop to that momentum, taking control from the ramp to narrow the gap. The bottom of the ladder is putting up a... Omnic is really putting some distance between himself and Zeth right now, making it much harder for the trailing player to close in. What a scramble. Zeth barely escapes that exchange with 12 health after forcing Omnic off the ramp. Insane, a tight exchange like that for the underdog. An effortless sequence for Omnic, who now sits just a single frame away from victory. A critical stand from Zeth, holding his ground to keep the match going. He's really digging deep for this comeback effort. Game over. Omnic closes it out right here to secure the victory. He's just completely dominating the overall series right now, regardless of how Zeth usually likes to play this map. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Omnic looks to keep his current winning streak alive against Zeth. Omnic has clearly found his gear today, putting up a strong 27-17 record across his matches so far. That level of confidence is really showing in how he's handling Zeth. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually use his historical advantage on this specific map to turn things around. Omnic is really squeezing Zeth now, leading 2-1. He's fighting through a tough stretch of games lately. Zeth is completely flipping the script here, erasing that early lead in a heartbeat. Omnic pulls ahead again, now holding a 3-2 lead. He's really leveraging that lifetime head-to-head lead here. Unbelievable, Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Just continuing the momentum from his win on Fast Aim earlier today. Omnic stays in control, pushing the lead to 4-3. Zeth is showing a bit more resilience than the ratings suggest. Omnic is currently sitting on a 58% win rate in their long history together, and honestly it looks like he's translating that psychological edge into a real lead today. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle against a player who knows exactly how to beat him. The pressure is really mounting now. What a fight. Omnic manages to clear him off the wine and just barely keeps his head above water. He is just refusing to let that match slip away. Omnic is really starting to pull away here, putting an absolute stranglehold on the map. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's fully justifying those favorite expectations. Zeth is falling behind quickly, even with his better historical map win rate on Italy. Time to see if Zeth resets. Omnic just keeps climbing, now sitting 3 up. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants back in this. A sharp snapback to keep this competitive. Omnic is just cruising now, extending it to 9-5. He's looking very comfortable for a player ranked outside the top 30. Those reactions are getting incredibly fast. Omnic is just outdueling him right now. Omnic knock. He managed to secure a clean get that one. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the count to 10-7. Getting a bit more comfortable after that second straight. Zeth is on fire now, knocking him off the wine to secure his 3rd straight round. The momentum has completely shifted in this half. He secures the lead from the wine to put the tally at 11-8. The composure on display here is just impressive. Zeth claws back another one after a grueling back and forth slugfest. Squeezing every single opportunity out of the match right now. Another rapid response from Zeth, who looks completely unfazed by the deficit. The gap is closing fast on the ladder tonight. Total shutdown there. He puts himself in a position to close out the series right now. That was a quick answer back from him. Zeth keeps his hopes alive, refusing to let this one slip away. He's showing some serious grit in these closing moments. What a finish. Omnic closes the door with a perfect final gunfight to take the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic taking on Zeph on Mapas. Let's see if the favorite can keep their momentum going today. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but Zeph barely scrapes through with his life. Omnic has a significant historical lead with 48 total wins over Zeph in their head-to-head matches. It's surprising to see him on the back foot given how frequently he's managed to beat Zeph in the past. We'll see if he can translate that confidence into a comeback. Things are totally locked in at 2 apiece now. Zeph is struggling to put together a string of rounds today. A hard-fought exchange, but he manages to secure the 3rd straight victory. He's completely dominating the recent head-to-head encounters. A clean finish there to level the series. Zeth is really fighting to overturn his recent slump. Zeth takes a narrow 4-3 lead as we enter round 7. The lower ranked man is really putting up a fight here. Omnic really timed that perfectly, catching Zeph from the ramp to bring the score right back to a dead heat. Zeth definitely needs to shake off those recent losses to the top side. We're all squared up again. Zeth just keeps clawing back. His current success is a welcome change from that recent string of losses. Zeph is really starting to pull away now, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic as we approach the break. Zeph takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It looks like the underdog is capitalizing on his higher map win rate here. He's playing very confidently despite the historical gaps between these two. Side swap, fresh start for both. Zeph is on an incredible tier, taking 4 straight rounds to really open up this lead. It's a complete reversal of their most recent series where he struggled to close out a single map. He's definitely playing the role of the aggressor right now. He's showing a lot of grit now, securing a 2nd straight win to close the gap. He's really starting to tighten the grip on this series. Zeth is firmly in control with a 9-7 lead. He's really making a case against those rank numbers. He's refusing to go quietly, digging deep to keep this battle closely contested. A crucial response from the favorite to keep this series alive. Zeth is holding a narrow 2-round cushion now. A massive contrast to the results from their previous maps today. There was a blink and miss shot, continuing the push by the trailing player. He's staying frosty despite the depth. The momentum is swinging back towards Zeph, who looks like he's just starting to find his footing in this half. Tough shift for the lower seeded man, though he's nearly there. A brutal trade of shots, but Zeth comes out on top and is now just 1 round from victory. Huge show of strength by Omnic to keep this fight going. A vital moment of poise from the superior seed. What a statement. He keeps the dream alive with another lightning fast response. Absolutely ruthless. Zeth closes this out in style to secure the map victory. He's finally broken that losing skid against his rival. Omnic really had him on the ropes, but the resilience was just on another level. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off today to see who takes the win. Omnic holds a strong lifetime edge with 48 wins over Zeth in their head-to-head history. He's definitely looking to cement that dominance today after the back and forth results in their previous encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. Zeth is currently pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. Things are looking very similar to that last meeting on Blame Mappas. Zeth looked like he was taking control for a moment there, but we're right back to a dead heat. The favorite is finally starting to find some footing. Omnic claws back to lead 3-2 after that exchange. Zeth is having a tough outing today after that 17-27 run. Now we're totally locked in at a 3-3 standstill. Zeth definitely has a better track record on this specific map. Omnic is putting on the pressure, taking control of the tempo here. He's really fighting for every point today. Omnic has been exceptionally sharp today, putting up a 27-17 record over his other matches in the last 24 hours. You know, he's really translated that high energy into this specific series. Now we just have to see if Zeth can snap this slide before the halfway mark. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth squaring off on orange to see who takes the win. Omnic really owns the head-to-head record with a total of 48 wins over Zeth. He's clearly the more comfortable player in these direct clashes. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that psychological grip through the first half. Zeth is hunting for a lead with 2 rounds up. The underdog is definitely playing with a lot of confidence. Both of these players are reacting instantly. We are seeing some lightning fast exchanges in these early rounds. Omnic just edges ahead with a 3-2 advantage. He's managed to take a decent 26-17 record throughout the day. Absolutely ruthless movement from the front runner, taking full control of the server. He's just on fire right now, racking up another huge streak. Zeth is really struggling to get any momentum going. He's just completely shut everything down, picking up another easy victory to extend that run. Zeth answers back, keeping things competitive for now. He's proving a bit more dangerous on this particular set of coordinates. Looking at their individual ratings, there isn't a huge gap between the 31st and 35th spots. Well, it's making this a much closer contest than the current score suggests. Zeth definitely has the skill to flip the script if he can just find some consistency. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is way more lopsided than anyone expected for a neutral start. He's simply outclassing Zeth in every duel right now. Zeth needs a spark right now. Omnic is just cruising now, pushing the lead to 10-3. Just a quick, clean exchange to keep the pressure on. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep the lead moving in his direction. His higher seed is definitely playing a factor in this match. A quick snap for Zeth right there. He can't let the game slip away completely. It's a mirror of their last meeting on Mapas. Total control here, and the favorite is just one step away from victory. He's making this look like a complete blowout. Zeth finally manages to claw back around, delaying the inevitable. He's certainly refusing to go down without a fight. And there it is! Omnic shuts the door with a flawless final shot to secure the victory. That's just a clinical display of speed from him, especially with that sub 1 second snap he pulled off early on. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who can claim victory today. Zef has been having a rough go of it lately with a 16-28 record over the last day. That makes this early lead all the more surprising given how struggling he's been. We'll see if he can maintain this surprising start. Omnic is starting to pull ahead with a 2-1 lead. The overall head-to-head history definitely favors the current leader. The momentum has shifted completely. Zef is fighting back to keep things dead even early on. Omnic is just edges ahead now, leading 3-2. His higher seed on the ladder is making its presence felt. Total deadlock now as Zeth levels it at 3-3. He's definitely playing like the better rated man today. It's been a real back and forth trade, but Omnic is managing to stay a step ahead in the exchange. Zeth is really showing his teeth today, refusing to let Omnic pull away as they trade blows. Omnic barely holds the lead at 5-4 right now. Zeth has clawed back to a perfect tie. Omnic definitely has the upper hand throughout their overall history together. Zef is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking a commanding lead as the half comes to a close. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's really defying his recent poor form with this performance. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace up after swapping sides. Omnic needs a fast response here. Zeth holds on to a slim one-round advantage now. The higher-rated player is starting to find his footing. And we are back to a standstill at 7-all. He's capitalizing on an impressive run of form lately. Total shutdown there. He's fully in control now, picking up his third straight. The gap in their overall head-to-head records is glaring. Zeth controls the map from the wine to bring this match back to a dead heat. Omnic manages to reclaim the lead, sitting at 9-8. Just a typical result for the higher-ranked player here. Omnic has clearly found his rhythm today, coming in with a positive 28-16 record over the last 24 hours. And that momentum is translating directly into this series. He's really putting himself in a position to close this out quickly. Absolute chaos here. Zeth forces a 10-10 deadlock. Omnic usually dominates their head-to-head encounters. Zeth cuts him down from the wine, extending his run to 3 straight. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. He is just on fire right now, taking another one from the wine to move within striking distance of the win. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a blistering finale to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game in those final moments to pull this off. Just an incredible result for the underdog today. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Omnic currently holds a 58% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that historical advantage is clearly playing into his hands right now. He's looking very comfortable in this server. He's just taking over this game, putting up a commanding lead of 3 rounds. He's really capitalizing on that recent hot streak. Absolutely outclassed. He just keeps rolling and hasn't even let Zeth get a shot off. Zeth answers back with a swift response to slow the momentum. He has historically been the one to struggle here. Zeth shuts the door from the ramp, refusing to let the early lead go unchallenged. The pre-match favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. Omnic just shut that down and reclaimed the lead, quickly punishing Zeth for staying on the ramp. Omnic is definitely finding his footing after a rough set of games earlier. Zeth wins the exchange between the ramps, showing some real grit in this comeback attempt. The gap is closing faster than most expected. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, keeping the pressure high as the lead shrinks to just 1. The momentum has completely shifted into his favor. Unbelievable. He secures another one from the ramp to bring the series back to a dead heat. Good lord. He barely survives that exchange to move ahead 6-5 right before the half. Absolute heartstopper. Barely a sliver of health left there. Omnic leads it 7-5 going into the break. I mean, he was favored to win, but Zeth is making him work for every single round. It should be an interesting second half. Ready to see who blinks first. What a chaotic exchange. He barely manages to scramble away with his life. The higher seed is certainly making the most of this series. Zeth stays aggressive and manages to secure another round for himself. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly here. Omnic really just played it safe with the high ground here, keeping that cushion strong. Zeth is refusing to buckle, keeping the pressure on with another lightning fast win. He just clears the ramp with a fast burst to pull within a single round. His confidence is definitely shaking now. Absolutely lethal. He's completely wiped out the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute precision to tie this series up. Omnic wins a tough trade and manages to knock him off the ramp. He's definitely showing why he's the higher rated player today. Omnic is putting a huge amount of pressure on Zeth right now, really pushing for the finish. Absolute insanity. Zeth barely claws his way out of that firefight with a tiny sliver of health. He's truly playing with fire tonight, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Omnic just deletes him from the ramp and now stands on the verge of victory. The momentum has swung back to the favor. And that's it. Omnic shuts everything down to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't close out those final few exchanges. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Mappas today to see who comes out on top. Zeth enters the series with a 50% win rate on this specific map. That's a significant advantage given that Omnic has struggled to find his footing here historically. It will be interesting to see if that map familiarity outweighs the overall skill gap. He is simply too fast right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. His head-to-head record definitely isn't reflecting the current momentum. He refuses to go down quietly, finally putting a round on the board. The favorite is starting to wake up. Zeth is just far too quick, catching Omnic right as he pushed up that ramp. He's certainly playing the underdog role perfectly right now. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on Omnic right now, and that's a huge gap in the score. Omnic currently leads their overall head-to-head 51-36. Well, it's clear he's relying on that long-term dominance to chip away at this lead. I wonder if he can keep his pace up before Zeth closes the door. Zeth is really running away with this, leading 6-3. A remarkably crisp shot that closes the gap to 2 rounds. He's starting to look like the favorite again. Zeth keeps a firm grip on a 7-4 lead. He's really fighting the trend from the ladder rankings today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely holding his own here. He's making the most of that map advantage while Omnic tries to claw back a lead. Let's see if Omnic finds his rhythm. A tense exchange where both players took heavy damage, but Omnic keeps his composure to secure the edge. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Unbelievable. He has completely wiped away that early deficit to bring the series level. The parity in this set is just staggering. The momentum shift is complete. He's now officially in the lead. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to show here. What an absolute slugfest. He barely survives that one to keep his momentum rolling. The pressure is simply mounting against Zeth right now. The surge continues. He's now completely taken over this set with 5 straight victories. He's on a tear now. 6 straight rounds to put him just 2 away from the finish. It feels like the natural order has finally restored itself. Zeth finally manages to break that heavy slide and get back on the board. A huge effort from the lower rated side to stay alive. Omnic is simply too sharp, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He keeps the dream alive with a stunning reflex shot, barely taking a scratch. A really clean reaction to shut the door on that attempt. Unreal. Omnic closes it out with a perfect final shot to take the entire series. It's just wild to see him conquer Mappas like that, especially after the history we've seen with these two. Welcome to the arena. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep his lead. What a scrap. Zeth barely clings to the lead after an absolute war of attrition. He needs this momentum to flip their head-to-head history. Omnic has an impressive 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific series. He already holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head history. I wonder if Zed can actually find a way to shut him down today. Incredible. He barely survives that exchange to take a commanding lead. His stronger ranking is certainly starting to show through. Absolute control from the favorite, putting an end to Zeth's hopes of a comeback. His early lead mirrors those recent encounters on the other maps. He's just too fast right now, extending his streak to 5 straight. Zeth is really struggling to put up a fight today. The pressure is just mounting on Zeth as the streak reaches 6 straight. He's truly finding his range after those losses earlier today. Finally, Zeth manages to get around on the board and hold the onslaught. Zeth's map win rate is actually higher at 43%. It's a surprising contrast to the current scoreline where he's clearly outmatched. He's fighting against the current here, especially since Omnic seems to have his number in their recent series. Omnic is back in control, taking a tight grip on this match as we head into the break. A really quick finish to wrap up the round. Omnic takes a huge lead heading into the break, 10-2, and honestly, he is simply playing a different game right now. This is a complete landslide that far exceeds what anyone expected coming in. Time to see a new side. Zeth pulls one back but still trails 3-10. He's definitely feeling that earlier victory from their Italy clash today. The reactions are almost instantaneous today. These exchanges are finishing way too quickly for Zeth to recover. Zeth is refusing to go down easy, putting up a fight with these alternating rounds. Zeth is fighting hard despite the rating gap between them. Zeth is actually putting up a real fight here, making it a much closer contest than the early rounds suggested. Zeth looks a bit more comfortable here than in their last 2 meetings. He's absolutely on fire now, taking down another round without breaking a sweat. He's just relentless, taking down another one to keep this hot streak alive. He's really shaking off that shaky start to his day. He's completely taken over the game, putting together 5 straight for a huge surge in confidence. Looking at his overall record, it's rare to see him face a slump like this. Omnic shuts down that run and puts himself just a single round away from victory. The higher seed is finally asserting himself in the clutch. A huge stop by Zeth, refusing to let the game end just yet. That is a huge shift in energy for the underdog. Boom. Omnic seals the victory with a decisive final exchange. Zeth really tried to claw his way back into this one, but he just couldn't find the consistency he needed to pull off the upset. Welcome everyone, we're on dunes for a battle between Zeph and Omnic, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Omnic clearly has a psychological edge here, having won 53 of their 89 lifetime head-to-head meetings. The dominance is continuing tonight as Zeth has already dropped 3 matches in a row to him today. I wonder if Zeth can actually break that trend. He's simply too fast right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes by that exchange with a sliver of health to secure a 4th strike. He's completely in control, securing his 5th consecutive round. His recent form is a stark contrast to Zeth's current slump. A huge response from Zeth to put a halt to that onslaught. The lower rated player is starting to show some teeth. Omnic has put together a strong 28-16 run over the last day, and honestly, that momentum is spilling right into this set. He's outclassing Zeth in almost every category today. Now we just have to see if he can close this out quickly. Omnic is just cruising now, leading a comfortable 7-2. A huge effort from Zeth, who's desperately trying to fight back today. Omnic is just relentless today, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth as we approach the halfway mark. Omnic's barely breaking a sweat at 8-3. It's a tough climb for the number 36 rated player here. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly it's exactly what we wanted to see from the favorite. He looks sharp, but Zeth is still fighting to stay in the game. Time to flip the script. Zeth finally gets on the board, trailing 5-8. He's finally managing to bridge that rating gap. Omnic holds a commanding 9-5 lead. Exactly what you'd expect from the higher rated side today. That was an absolute blink and you miss it round. Omnic is just too quick for him right now. Omnic is pulling further away now, sitting at 10-6. It's a bit of a scrap now given how close their stats are on this map. Zeth is clawing back but still trails 10-7. He's certainly not playing like someone who's barely inside the top 40. Omnic just shuts down that mini run and puts a bit of distance between them again. He's been incredibly consistent against Zeth across their last few outings. Omnic stops that small run in its tracks and moves within a single round of victory. He looks way too composed for someone in the thick of it. A huge clutch by Zeth to keep this series alive. A huge push of confidence for the underdog right now. Game over. He just completely shuts the door on that final round to secure the series. He's just totally owning this matchup today. Zeth played his heart out, but he simply couldn't find a way to stop the bleeding. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Omnic has dominated this specific rivalry by winning 60% of their head-to-head clashes. It's clear that his confidence is high after securing 3 straight victories over Zeth today. We'll see if that psychological edge holds up as the match progresses. Omnic is really putting the pressure on Zeth now. The higher seeded player is really asserting himself here. Zeth is fighting back, and we've got ourselves a dead heat early on. Both these players have struggled for consistency today. It's been a tough day for him so far with that 16 and 28 record. Zeth has finally clawed back to a free tie. Omnic is just trying to shake off that recent dip in form. Zeth is really starting to build some momentum here, quickly taking over the lead. Absolutely ruthless. Zeth takes total control of this map with a lightning fast win. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 4. It's a huge turnaround given how those previous map losses went. He is just on a different level right now, securing his 5th straight round. The higher rated man is looking very vulnerable right now. What a scrap. Omnic barely manages to hold on, securing a narrow victory to wrap up the first half. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly this is a shock given how bad he's been playing lately. He really shifted the momentum with that big 5-round streak to stun the favorite. Omnic needs to find his rhythm now. Zeth has a dismal 20% win rate in his last 10 games. It's an incredible turnaround seeing him push such a heavy lead while usually struggling this much. I wonder if he's finally cracked the code against his rival today. Zeth is cruising with a commanding 9-6 lead. Zeth is fighting through a very difficult stretch across the board today. Zeth is just punishing everything right now. He's really putting on a clinic in this half. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Zeth is just far too sharp in these exchanges. He keeps winning the battle of the reflexes. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, keeping this match very much alive. It's a huge effort to keep this within reach from his position. Omnic is showing some real grit here, taking another round to keep the pressure high. He is definitely finding a way to bridge this gap. What a response. Zeth shuts the door on that mini comeback to put himself just one step away. Total shutdown by Omnic, proving he isn't ready to let this series slip away just yet. He refuses to let the match end, digging in deep to stay alive in this series. What a spectacular finish. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really stood his ground today and finally got the better of the favorite in a grueling set. He had to work for that. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off right now on fast aim. Zef takes a strong opening lead by utilizing the ramp for a quick kill. Omnic has historically owned this matchup, but that's not showing yet. Omnic is holding a solid 54-37 lead in their head-to-head history. He's definitely looking to leverage that psychological edge after the recent struggle. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can keep this one tight. Unreal. He barely survives with a sliver of health after dragging Zeth off the ramp. Zeth's higher win rate here makes this an interesting shift. Zeth answers back quickly to keep the score tight. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that rank 30 rating right now. Zeth is really starting to build some steam here, moving into the lead after that clever spot on the toolbox. What a fight! Omnic manages to claw back into the lead, shaking off a heavy exchange to finally knock Zeth off the ramp. We are all squared up now as we enter round 9. Definitely shaking off that 17-27 record he's had over the last day. Omnic edges ahead by 1 as the tension mounts. Zeth certainly has more success on this map historically. Omnic is really taking control of the pace now, securing another quick win right there on the ramp. He really looks like the favorite right now. Omnic just barely holds on to that narrow 1-point lead. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to stop the slide. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, this has lived up to the hype. Omnic looked strong during that 3-round run, but Zeth is refusing to back down. Let's see who blinks first. Absolutely wild. He almost ran out of health, but manages to outlast his opponent off the ramp. The lower ranked player is really stepping up to the occasion. Deadlock once again. Zeth and Omnic are completely inseparable. Omnic is really starting to build some serious momentum, having effortlessly taken the lead away from Zeth. He's fully leaning into that ranking advantage right now. Neither side will budge. Zeth and Omnic are locked at 8 apiece. A quick, clean response to snap things back to a tie. Omnic just barely pulls ahead, putting Zeth on the chase. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring the lead back. Omnic is just finding his stride now, taking full advantage of that high ground to push the lead further. This is looking exactly like their match on Dunes. Zeth reacts faster to the peak, shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp. Zeth is really starting to flip the script on their current series. Omnic was way too fast there, just erasing Zeth from the ramp before he could even react. That's a really tough run of games for Zeth lately. Things are getting incredibly volatile here, with both players trading wins back and forth as they fight for the lead. Exactly how the matchup on Orange went down a few rounds ago. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now. He's looking stronger with every single round. Completely deadlocked as we head into the final stretch. Zeth puts him down from the ramp, taking total control of the match. He's completely defying the pre-match odds right now. A huge stop by Omnic to clear him off the toolbox and force a stalemate. That's a tough spot to be in after such a strong start. Zeth is putting on an absolute clinic in efficiency, ending that last round in almost no time at all. A lightning fast execution to seize the advantage. What a battle! Omnic wipes Zeth right off the ramp to bring us into overtime. Absolute chaos in the final seconds of regulation. Omnic is looking extremely sharp right now, putting an end to any hopes of a comeback for Zeth. Omnic is simply on fire, wiping Zeth off the ramp to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's definitely making the most of that expected advantage. And there it is. Omnic seals the deal with a perfectly timed shot from the toolbox to take home the victory. He really had to fight for it in overtime, but those raw reactions just gave him the edge. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic face off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic has clearly been the more successful side in their rivalry, leading their head-to-head series 55-37. It's an edge he's been leaning into across several different maps lately. So the real question is if Zeth can find an answer here. Omnic is simply on fire, taking a high line from the wine to secure his third straight. A tough start for the lower ranked player here. He's just too fast right now, putting up a perfect 4-0 start. The ranking difference is definitely playing a part right now. Zeth secures a clean fight from the wine to get back on the board. It's a welcome shift for the rank 36 competitor. Omnic is dominating, holding a commanding 5-1 lead. Zeth currently holds a huge advantage on this map with a 46% win rate. It's quite a stark contrast to the numbers we're seeing from Omnic today, and it seems the lower rated player is starting to lean on that familiarity as he fights back. Omnic is barely breaking a sweat with a 7-2 cushion. He's been incredibly active today with those 27 round wins. A total shutdown from the favorite, who looks completely in control of this encounter. A rough stretch for a player who really needs to wake up. Zeth is back on the wine, shutting things down quickly to enter the break. A clean finish to give him some breathing room. Omnic takes the early lead with an 8-4 advantage. Well, he's completely ignoring Zeth's map win rate lead and playing with a lot of confidence right now. We'll see if that holds after the switch. Time for Zeth to dig in. Nip, Mick. He looks completely relaxed after his recent 16-13 win on fast aim. Omnic has a massive lead, sitting comfortably at 10-4. He is simply playing a different game today. Another flawless sequence from Dewine, and Omnic is back in control. He's looking like the heavy favorite we expected today. Zeth picks up another quick encounter to keep the score at 5. He's fighting an uphill battle against the higher rated player. That was a sharp response to put him on the edge of defeat. A clinical display from a player who truly earns his seed. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a lightning fast kill to secure the series. Zeth's map history just didn't matter today, as he couldn't find any way to slow that momentum down. Welcome everyone. We're on Mapas today for a fast-paced duel between Zef and the currently favored Omnic. Omnic holds a substantial lead in their overall head-to-head history, winning about 60% of their meetings. Well, he's carried that confidence right into this series after securing 2 wins in a row against Zef earlier today. We'll see if that mental edge is too much for the underdog to overcome. Omnic is just relentless, pushing ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's been absolutely on fire in his last 10 outings. The momentum keeps shifting. Neither of these two is willing to let the other pull away. Zeth is playing with a lot of heart right now. Zeth claws back into the lead at 3-2. That's a surprising swing considering the gap in their current ratings. And we are all scored up at 3 apiece. Omnic has certainly been the more consistent force in the ladder lately. Zef is playing some incredibly fast rounds lately, putting massive pressure on his opponent. Zef is effectively playing against his own history right now with a 38% overall win rate. It's a huge swing from his typical results, and it shows he's found a way to disrupt Omnic's control of the map. The pressure is definitely mounting on the face. Zet is really dominating now, pulling ahead 6-4. Zev is certainly making the most of his superior map history here. Zev is really building some heat right now, putting Omnic on the defensive. The higher rating isn't providing any safety net right now. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the lower rated player is really holding his own here. He's doing a great job keeping Omnic off balance so far. Time to see if Omnic responds. Zeth just keeps rolling, stretching that lead to 8-5. His current 16-28 record today makes this surge even more impressive. Omnic answers back with a crisp shot, showing some real grit as the gap closes. He's certainly not letting Zeth walk away with this easily. Total shutout this time, and he's quickly erasing that lead. The confidence is clearly returning to the favorite side. Zeth holds a 2-round cushion at 9-7. Zeth has definitely stepped up his game compared to that tough loss on Italy. He's showing a lot of toughness, keeping the score close as Zeth edges ahead by 1. Omnic is fighting hard to prove he belongs in that higher rank. A total wall of a performance, and we've got a dead heat at 9-all. Zeth regains the upper hand, now leading 10-9. Both players have been extremely active in their sets today. What a response! Omnic has completely erased the deficit to even the series. The veteran composure is showing as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable, he barely survives that chaotic exchange to take a narrow lead. Absolute nail-biter, barely walking away from that engagement. I can't believe how close this is. Neither player is giving an inch in this clash. The momentum is completely neutral now. What an incredible turnaround. Omnic is just a single point away from victory. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't find that final gear to seal the deal. He had to work for that. welcome to the arena. We have Zef and Omnic stepping up for this match, with Omnic entering as the favorite. What a scrap! Zef barely scrapes through that exchange to take the lead. A surprising start given their recent history together. Omnic holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history with 57 wins. It's really unexpected to see Zef taking early control after those 3 losses we saw recently. I wonder if the tide is finally turning for the underdog. Both players are deadlocked at 2 apiece now. He's definitely playing like the more experienced veteran here. That's a completely untouched response from Omnic, keeping the momentum rolling with 3 straight wins. What a chaotic trade. Both players almost went down together, but Zeth barely escapes that fight to tie it up. Zeth claws back into a 4-3 lead. He's shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. He's simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. Omnic answers right back, shutting down the run to keep this close. That high win percentage over the last 10 games is starting to show. We've got a total stalemate with Zeth and Omnic tied. The higher rated player is starting to assert his authority here. Zeth pushes ahead, now holding a narrow 6-5 edge. He's putting up a fight after those previous defeats today. Dead heat at 6-6. I mean, the underdog is really stepping up and refusing to let the higher ranked player take over. It is a total toss-up heading into the second half. A complete reset for round 13. Omnic secures the lead, moving ahead 7-6. His overall 31% win rate across 700 matches shows a huge amount of experience. Zef strikes back, bringing us level at 7-all. It's a battle of attrition as they trade blows here. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering. Neither player is giving an inch today. Both of these players have been incredibly busy on the server today. Omnic has been extremely sharp today with a 29-16 record across his matches. Look, he's effectively taking the momentum and utilizing it to pull away from Zef. He's comfortably in control of the tempo right now. Unbelievable, he survives that grueling firefight by a hair to close the gap. He's Vremen defying the odds in those recent losses to his opponent. Pure madness, Zeth forces another tie at 9 apiece. That was a much cleaner exchange for him this time. Omnic barely edges him out, holding a slim 10-9 lead. Both players have basically spent their entire day battling one another. We are seeing a total reversal of roles. Zef is refusing to back down as we approach the finish line. Goodness, that was a war. Zeth hangs on by a sliver of health to take a narrow lead. He's putting together a huge performance despite his struggle today. It is an absolute deadlock here. Neither man can pull away for more than a single round. Actually a better result for him than his last few matchups. Absolutely clean on that shot, leaving Zeth just a single round shy of victory. What a response! He secures the tie, forcing us straight into overtime. Omnic is suddenly looking very comfortable, really capitalizing on the pressure right now. Zeth is really struggling to close out matches against him today. Neither one wants to let the other breathe. We are looking at a total stalemate as they head into the next exchange. The momentum has completely shifted. Zeth is playing with an incredible amount of urgency to close this out. It's a total coin flip at this point. You simply can't predict who's going to come out on top. Zeth actually has a better win rate on this specific map. A quick flurry of shots and he's managed to snatch the lead back. That response was an absolute blow. Unbelievable. Zeth claims the final round and secures the entire series. He's finally broken that streak of losses against the veteran. Talk about fighting through the nerves to get the job done. What a fight. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth taking on Omnic right here on fast aim. What a scramble. Zeth scrapes through the chaos to take an early lead. An interesting start for the lower ranked player. Omnic carries a heavy historical advantage with a 60% win rate in their past matchups. He's usually the one controlling the pace against Zeth. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover his footing and play to his usual standard. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. The higher rated player is definitely starting to exert his will here. Zeth is really starting to build some momentum now, using that height on the ramp to keep his advantage. Omnic reads the play perfectly and shuts Zeth down on the ramp. He's definitely playing with more confidence after that 28-16 day. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, utilizing that ramp to secure another quick round. We're all tied up at 4 apiece now. It is a huge swing for the bottom ranked guy to stay this competitive. Zeth is really finding a way to use that elevation to his advantage, taking a narrow lead here. His map percentage usually works against him in these spots. Omnic manages to clear the toolbox and gets the round back, keeping this series incredibly tight. He's playing with a lot more stability than Zeth's recent 16-28 stretch. Zeth secures the advantage from the ramp and he's looking very strong as we approach the half. He's really showing a lot of grit against the stronger seed. Zeth holds a 7-5 edge heading into the break. Well, he's fighting off the pressure quite well. given that Omnic usually owns this head-to-head. Seeing the lower-rated player lead the series is a real twist. Side swapped. Let's get back in it. Zeth is currently holding a 3-round lead, which is wild considering his 38% career win rate. He's really defying his usual track record in this series. The big question now is if he can stay this composed to close it out. Omnic is making his move, finding the gap and punishing Zeth for staying up on that ramp. He's refusing to buckle, shutting down the momentum to narrow this gap. The expected stability is finally starting to surface. Another quick finish from the ramp, and the momentum has completely shifted back to Omnic. Incredible resilience here as he levels the game, wiping out Zeth's momentum with a clean kill from the ramp. He is absolutely in command now, moving into a lead with that 5-round surge. Zeth is just completely frozen up right now. And Zeth answers back, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Omnic just refuses to let this slip, knocking Zeth right off that ramp. A really high pressure exchange as they head into the final stretch. Neither of these guys can pull away. It's absolute chaos as they trade blows in the final stretch. The lower ranked guy is showing some real nerves of steel. A total shutdown of that ramp position as Omnic puts himself just 1 round away from the win. What a response. He forces the stalemate and we are officially headed for overtime. What a heart-stopping trade. Omnic somehow digs deep to survive that brutal exchange and claw ahead. He nearly let that one slip given how low his health ended up. Total deadlock. These two are just completely matched, refusing to give an inch as they head into overtime. Zeth is putting a massive amount of pressure on the board now, quickly finding the target again. The lower seeded side is really digging in deep here. What a display of grit from Omnic, putting the pressure on Zeth by knocking him off the ramp. Both players have now faced a massive amount of pressure tonight. Zeth finds the target and puts himself just 1 step away from victory. A clean burst to keep him in the driver's seat. Unbelievable. Zeth closes the door with a perfect final kill to secure the series. He just refused to let that 5-round burst break him, digging deep to overcome the odds in overtime. A huge result. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Omnic holds a strong overall advantage with 59% of their head-to-head wins. Well, it's a bit a surprising start given how much success he's had against Zeth in the past. Let's see if he can flip the script and get back into the lead. Unbelievable. Both players were practically shredded, but Zeth manages to scrape through the chaos. Tough start for the higher ranked player today. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He has the higher rating and the experience on this map. Zeth's completely in control with a commanding 3-1 grip. Zeth is just lightning fast right now, taking those last 2 rounds in barely over a second combined. Incredible. He barely survives that exchange and shows a lot of heart to claw his way back into this match. Zeth is coming in with a rough 17-27 record from his matches today. And honestly, it's surprising to see him look this comfortable. He's clearly shaken off those earlier losses and he's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another victory to extend his lead. A clean response from Omnic to stop the slide. Omnic's experience on this side of the map is finally showing. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-3. He's putting a lot of pressure on a higher rated opponent. Zeth heads into the break with a heavy 9-3 advantage. I mean, this is just a shocker considering how much Omnic usually owns this matchup. We expected a tight battle, but Zeth is simply outclassing him here. Time for a total reset. Zeth just can't be stopped, pushing ahead to 10-3. It's a complete reversal from that close 16-14 victory on Fast Aim. Omnic fights back, but Zeth still holds a huge 10-4 lead. A glimpse of what the higher rated player can do. What a frantic exchange! Both players were practically decimated, but Omnic just barely gets the edge. He's definitely showing why he's higher on the ladder. Absolutely untouchable right now, and he's just found another clean one to keep this run alive. That's a huge amount of ground he's reclaimed. A quick flick and he's back on top, moving a step closer to victory. Omnic is definitely making things difficult now, refusing to let Zeth just walk away with this. The gap is closing fast. Zeth had a huge cushion, but that lead is starting to evaporate. He's just not letting up, taking a brutal trade-off to keep the comeback rolling. He's completely dismantled the lead Zeth once held. Absolute perfection from Omnic, bringing his streak to 4 straight rounds. It's exactly the turnaround the analysts were expecting. What a run! He just wiped out the deficit to even things up at 11-11. A complete deadlock as we head toward the finish line. What a brawl! He barely survives that trade and now sits on match point. He's simply too locked in to be stopped. Zeth claws back in the final moment of regulation to force a total stalemate. Goodness, what a fight. He nearly went down with the round, but he holds on to take the 13-12 lead. Talk about a nail-biter. He barely walked away from that one. Pure dominance here, as he simply refuses to let that lead slip away. A crushing blow for Zeth, and Omnic has now completely seized the wheel. The ladder gap is finally starting to weigh heavy on Zeth. He refuses to go quietly, stepping up to keep this overtime series alive. It's a total clash of styles and will right now. He's showing incredible poise, erasing a huge deficit to keep himself in the game. Unbelievable, Omnic digs deep to finish the fight and secures the... That was an absolute grind, but he managed to dig himself out of a deep hole to get the job done. What a fight. Welcome back to the league. We've got a great match on Mapas today featuring Zeph and the favorite, Omnic. Zeph holds a distinct advantage on this specific map with a 42% win rate. He's really looking to use that confidence to overcome his overall history against a stronger opponent. It will be interesting to see if those odds hold up over the next few rounds. Zeth is staring down a lead with a 2-1 cushion. He's definitely having the better day overall in the league. Omnic had a quick response in the third, but Zeph is firmly back in control of the pace here. Still trying to shake off that narrow loss on Dunes. Zeph is absolutely dominating with a 4-1 lead. The higher rated player is really struggling to put up a fight. The momentum is shifting as Omnic refuses to fold under that pressure. Zed has struggled historically against this opponent, winning under 40% of their past encounters. Well, it's clear he's shaking off those ghosts right now. He's playing with a lot more poise than we've seen from him in their recent head-to-heads. That's another clean sequence for Zeth, and he's now really starting to pull away. He's really making the most of the gap in their all-time win rate. Zeth is absolutely rolling now, securing a 4th straight victory with an effortless shot. Just a different story compared to that battle on Dunes. He simply can't be stopped right now, securing a 5th straight win to put a massive dent in the first half. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, nobody saw this coming. Omnic was expected to carry this one, but he just can't keep up with Zeth's pace today. Omnic needs a complete reset. Zeth is just completely taking over here, putting Omnic in a really deep hole. A massive turn of events compared to their 97 total meetings. Zeth quickly puts an end to that brief resurgence and moves into a position to close the map. Omnic gets a fast response here, showing he's still in the fight. He's clearly not going down without a fight. He's really picking up speed now, but the target remains a single point for Zeth to secure this game. Unbelievable, he barely survives the exchange to close out the series in a total brawl. Complete reversal of everything we've seen between these two lately. Zeth really took control of the server today. Welcome to the arena. Zef and Omnic are facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Omnic holds a significant 58-40 lead in their head-to-head history, but the momentum has completely shifted after that dominant 13-4 victory for Zef earlier today. We're seeing if that confidence can actually bridge the gap between them. Omnic pushes ahead, leaving Zef fighting to recover. He's been more consistent across the board today. He is simply not letting up, taking another round with a nearly perfect exchange. The difference in their ladder standing is starting to show. Zet responds quickly, narrowing the gap to 1 round. He's clearly feeling comfortable on this specific terrain. Omnic holds a commanding lead, sitting firmly at 4-2. Zeth claws back to 3-4, keeping things tight. The rating gap between them seems negligible right now. Zeth is really starting to put on the pressure here, having completely shut down Omnic's attempts to control the wine crate. Omnic edges forward now, leading the tally 5-4. It's a typical afternoon for him, putting up a solid 28-70. And just like that, Zeth levels the playing field. Neither player looks to have a clear upper hand right now. Zeth is taking control here, really picking up some speed as we head toward the half. He's really defying the odds today. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Omnic was supposed to have the advantage here, but Zeth is proving he can trade blows with the favorite. We'll see if he can keep this pace. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic just snatched the lead back, putting Zeth on the defensive. He's currently the higher seed on the ladder, which might be paying off. Omnic has been having a much better day overall, putting up a 28-17 record. It's clearly starting to pay off now that he's found his stride in the second half. We need to see if Zeth can stop this momentum before it's too late. He's completely shut down any chance of a comeback, securing his 4th straight round. That's a quick response, putting an end to the streak. Despite the current lead, his overall win rate sits at 31%. Omnic is really tightening his grip on this match, making it very difficult for Zeth to find any footing. Completely effortless exchange, and he's now just a single round away from victory. He needed a moment like that to slow things down. What a finish. Omnic closes it out from the wine to claim the series. Zeth really fought his way back from the brink, but the higher seed just looked too sharp in the clutch.